Hello everyone, welcome to another stream. How we doing? So last stream we started on generating materials purely with code inside a shader, and this is how we're going to be doing materials for this game. We're going to be having essentially a bunch of shaders which take in a bunch of parameters which allow you to basically make a bunch of different materials from that one proto material we're calling it right now. So this is one which I think it's going to be like a volcanic ground one, but it might be just a ground or like a rock. It might be a rock proto material maybe, and it has like customizable like border thickness and border color, border brightness and stuff like this. So we can use it to get this sort of volcanic ground look, but maybe we can get it to maybe just be used for rocks in general. And so this is stuff that we would make at build time or when we edit the materials, and then we'll save them out to textures and so on. So this takes about 36 or about 30 ms right now to render this to a texture, a 4K texture, then downsample it, I think. Yeah. So it renders out to this octahedral map texture like this. This is just the albedo, and then it's got an emissive channel as well, which makes it, there's the emissive channel, and then here's the emissive strength. So that's what gives it that sort of brightness. But yeah, so we're doing this all through code, which is pretty cool and fun. And today I would like to just make some improvements to this and finish it off really. So you'll notice that there's some issues with the well, the edges seem a bit, they could be a bit more, like they were straight, but I added some very a very temporary solution for making them not appear so straight, but they could look better. And then also things look kind of pixelated at the edges here, and I don't know if that's to do with just that actual location or just to do with gracing angles. The edges look a bit weird, so I think that's to do with the MIP level calculation, which we've got to look into. It's probably a little bit off, so we can look into that as well. So you're just making the texture. But yeah, and also from far away, that one looks a little bit weird there as well. It's the same one, just really far away. Maybe the wrong MIP is being used, or the downsampling is not good. So we just look into all these sorts of things. This rock here, rocky part here is just a plain color. We should try and add some kind of texture to that and make that just look better. So yeah, those are things we're working on today. Any questions, feel free to ask away. Other than that, I hope everyone's having a good weekend. So we're using I think it's called the Voronoi noise to generate these sort of patterns inside the texture. I was trying to disable some of this stuff here, so it's just not in the way. So let's get into shader code. So this is just what the shade looks like. It's very basic that generates it. So I've got this sort of material one here. We're going to do some more materials after, that's why. It fills in the albedo, emissive strength, maleness, roughness, and height. I don't think we've done the height one yet. So yeah, we should probably try and fill in all these. So metal is obviously just going to be 0 always. So let's just make sure we hardcode that explicitly here. Roughness, we need to still work that one out. But yeah, that could be interesting. So yeah, we have a hot code reload. Hey Perry Perry, how's the lava magma going? Yeah, it's going pretty well. Like, I like what we have right now. It's just we need to just make it make it better is all. Don't know why it flickers when I resize. That wasn't happening before. Um, but yeah, it's going good. We're just gonna finish it today and maybe get onto some other things as well. But yeah, there's things like pixelation going on. I think that's to do with the MIP level selection and other things. Oh yeah, I think that's the I think I got an idea of what's going on wrong. Anyway, look at that layer. So I want to try and improve this sort of edge here. Now, I'm currently trying to do that with some, based on the Voronoi distance, if it's less than the border thickness, so distance to the edge of the cell basically. If that is less than the border thickness plus some border smoothness, then it's just sort of applying some noise. Now, yeah, it's just, oh yeah, and I tried this sort of fractal, is it fractal Brownian? I just gotta Google it. I tried doing grabbing some version, but right, that's where we were last time. Fractal Brownian motion, that's the one. Yeah, so I think I took my code from IQ's thing, but there's a nice blog post on it here. So the problem is if you just take simplex noise, or just any noise, you've only got sort of like one. I think you can explain it with like a sine wave. You've only got a very simple sort of change in value like this. But what you can do is you can combine them together, like a bunch of different frequencies of sine, basically, in a sense, but with noise instead. And get more sort of, you're combining them all together basically. And yeah, you can get a very random looking sort of output. So you can do it with noise like this and you get, yeah, I think there's a good example on, I copied this sort of simplex noise 3D from Shader Toy today to sort of set up for the stream, and they got a good example here. So this is, on the left is simplex noise. If you just to use regular simplex 3D noise. And then on the right, here's the fractal version. So it's taking many of these at different frequencies and combining them together, and you get this sort of smooth looking, cloudy looking thing. So yeah, so this should help. Yeah, this should help make these sort of edges, I think, if we use a more fractal version of simplex, we can get these edges looking a bit nicer, I reckon. So that's what we're going to try and do. I'm not going to animate it because the problem is we're using 3D noises and they're very expensive. It is taking 30 milliseconds to produce this texture right now. These are all going to be stored off into textures and sampled at runtime. But that doesn't say we cannot animate them. There will be some degrees of animation. I think we'll be able to say rotate the normal, because we use the normal to sample this texture, right? So we can always add some level of scrolling, right? So I think I'll have a quaternion for that. And so we can have a scrolling texture. And then I'm probably going to also support scaling and offsetting probably every single property. So scaling and offsetting albedo, scaling and offsetting emissive, right? And this will then allow us to basically achieve stuff like glowing or sort of tinting that's sort of animated, but the details on the texture themselves will not change, right? It's just mainly sort of the final result can just animate, and that's what I'm gonna have for this in the long run. The sign thing reminded me of Sum of Signs technique. Oh yeah. Yeah, exactly. Stuff like that, basically. Yeah. So there's a thing called fractal Brownian motion, so FBM for short. And basically, you initialize the value, the amplitude, and the frequency, and you loop over a bunch of octaves, and you can then basically you call your noise function and you multiply it by some scale, basically. And then you take your sort of sample coordinate, multiply it by 2 or some kind of value that you want to multiply it by. And then you can, I guess this reduces the the sort of amplitude here, and then you keep going around for as many octaves. And then return that result, and this is basically achieving that here. So more of a layered noise, basically. So I reckon doing something like this is going to help. What did I want to do? Oh yeah, so I guess you can edit this. Alright, let's just take something like that. So we already tried this sort of other FBM one, but let's just try this one instead. And I wanted to use a 3D noise. 3D simplex noise as well. These things, it's running so damn slow. I'm just gonna close it. Unless I'm making tweaks, I'll keep it open. I guess that's something to think about. So I'm not going to be running it every single frame on... maybe we should run it every like 4 frames. I don't think it'd be a big deal, right? And then... like, so when we actually get this whole sort of editor system, it's just gonna, when you change the shader, it will just rebuild it, and then it will, or when you change properties, then it will update the texture. But yeah, I wonder if we can just do that here today. Like, why can't I just do that now? Like, I can get a Boolean back to say, has the... yeah, I think that would be ideal. Because it's doing quite a lot of crap. So I want to know... Boolean GPU has reloaded shaders. I'll just get something like that back. Because then we can just leave the program running and it shouldn't be so damn slow. So I think that'll just be a Boolean. Sorry, I'm just going to return that. And then... so what does the reload happen again? Oh, it's here, isn't it? There we go. We'll have to just chuck another Boolean in this right here. has reloaded shaders. And then we can adjust from graphics side of things. So there was that test material which gets ran. And we can now just say in here basically, right, if has reloaded shaders, then run that, then run the copy, I think. What is that doing here? I think this was just test code. We can probably remove this. Okay, so now it should not be running this expensive material shader every frame, basically. Oh crap. All right, we'll get up and running again. We'll test it out. Right, so with this new FVM function, got our 3D point or position, and then the initial value, amplitude, and frequency, and then we loop over all the octaves. I don't know why. Like, these comments are just so useless, you know, when people do these. It's like initial values. I you know, that's what these variables are, right? And then loop over octaves. Well, that's what the for loop means. Yeah. So we go over a bunch of octaves, so I guess I can just define that as some constant here. Although it will probably unroll, which is not what you want typically. So there was that trick that so we want to just say like non-const, I don't know, x. After time in seconds, I think there was like a frame index that he was using in I could times that by 1,000. And then put x in there, I think. Yeah, that should do it. But yeah, he was using like a frame index, which is going to tick a lot quicker, but for now we'll just do this. But yeah, if we could then say so if I say like non-const 6 times, right? So it does 6 simplex noises, basically. And this will make it such that this loop will not unroll, and then this will now actually just loop. So the problem is if it unrolls, it will just duplicate the code over and over and over again, and then yeah, you get massive old shaders. Yeah, so I guess point, and then it's scaling the point. So I guess this could be another value. I guess you can call it like gain or something like that. Maybe. So this would be a multiply, scale, point, and gain. There we go. Right, so let's try this out. So I've got this new simplex noise 3D that I took from one of the shader toys. So we're doing simplex noise 2D, but because we're generating our textures with 3D positions, or basically a surface normal on the sphere in local space of a unit sphere, right? Let's get rid of these spaces as well. Ugh. That yeah, we need to use a 3D noise I was just getting away with a 2D noise, but it's causing like banding problems on when you looked at a when you looked at it across a perpendicular dimension, they would all be the same value basically. So it wasn't a good idea. It was good for temporary though. So FBM. Okay, so no longer we're passing in normal XY, just now it's the full 3D normal. Okay, so let's just get this running again and we can see what we're trying to actually edit here. Yeah, my compiler does not handle that properly. Whoops. Oh well. No biggie. Okay. So the bit I'm trying to make better. Interesting. So the bit I'm trying to make better is these edges. They look a bit flat. Now obviously on the sphere they don't look so flat. Ignore these ones up here where they're pixelated. That's my MIP selection a bit wrong. We need to also correct that today. But I want to start off by adding a bit of noise here to just make them seem a little less fabricated with maths, you know. So if I add 0 there, does it change anything? I guess that's another question. Okay, so it's running very slow there, and then if I, sorry, fast there, then if I, interesting. Alright, why is that changing the emissive? Oh, the emissive strength is based on... Okay, it's making it wider, isn't it? Basically. See here. Right. Okay. So, what I'm saying here, this is the distance to the edge of the edge here. And I'm saying if the distance to the edge is less than the border thickness plus some border smoothness, we want to sort of possibly apply some noise. And I did this thing last time. I don't really think it's a good idea. Got to try and think of a better way to do it. So I'm thinking like, so, right, the smaller the value, the more it's gonna, yeah, the closer to the edge it is, right? So we kind of want to say, and another thing we've got to be careful about as well is it's the border thickness plus some border smoothness. So the smoothness is the extra little bit that it could allow to be more to possibly become part of the border as well based on the noise. So when we sample the noise, that bit's okay. It's just how we modify the distance based on that. And I was thinking of just purely taking away from it and maxing it, but I don't know if that's wise. Maybe the first thing to do would be let's visualize the noise and see what we get by just playing around. So if I were to get this noise out here and then just say, hey, maybe let's just get this here for a second and just say albedo is equal to Now what does that look like? Right. So maybe I could have made this a sort of material 2. Just so we could test it out for a second. A bit of a play. Alright, so this is that noise. It definitely looks weird. So if I don't scale it, what happens? Okay. Let's reduce the number of octaves down to 1. See what the noise looks like. Right, that... So it looks like maybe it's very low... Yeah, maybe there's a bug in the simplex code. Let's just scale it up a bit. There still seems to be this sort of like grid that we can see as part of the Right, let's just tweak around with this one here. So there was the simplex. So we just did 1 octave, right? So it just... So I followed something where someone said add that line to fix a problem, but maybe that's... No, okay. Well, let me go to that. Where I got this simplex noise from. Let's just double check it. It's 3D shader toy. Before we do that, let's just look at the texture and see what it looks like. So yeah, we're getting this clear sort of artifact here, a clear edge. Very strange. It is going to return -1 to 1. Although I don't think that is what's causing the problem though. So let's go back to the shader, FBM, times 0.5 plus 0.5. Okay, maybe it's returning 0 to 1. I don't know. Anyway, let's just leave it at that for now. We can always come back to that. So it was this one that I was looking at. Yeah, I wonder... Just to double check and make sure we got this right. If not, we'll look into another one if the code is the same. Right. So you've got this sort of like... So we've got a floor of adding P with dot products of P and F3, yep. We are subtracting P, S from P, then we're adding dot product of S with G3, that is fine. Wonder if there's anything wrong with my input. I'm pretty sure I double checked this. I looked at it this morning. subtract x from x, y, z, w. Sorry, y, z, x. Yep. And then put that into step. Just double check that's right. Yeah, it's the edge, then the value. Yep. E 1 take z, x, y. Yep. EZXY multiply, subtracting 1. Ooh. Yeah. E from 1, yep. And then it's just these sort of like x1, 2, and 3s that add. We do subtract first. You add those. Yep, that looks pretty sensible to me. Maybe these. Yeah, they're fine. Okay, so squared magnitude, there you go. Then I got my own little rand function, right? Maybe I should try their rand out, but my rand seemed fine. Yeah, I don't think it's coming from my rand function, but maybe I shouldn't do. That's the whole point of the simplex noise. So let's just try quickly the normal. Yeah, so if you put albedo RGB equal n, so the normal. Yeah, it's all lovely and smooth, you know? So nothing wrong there. So yeah, I wonder if this 3D noise P3, yeah, scrolling Z, right? So that's the time. That looks pretty smooth there. I wonder if discontinuous pseudo, yeah. We could try and port this to see if it between minus 0.5 to the power of 3. Yeah, I don't understand. Is that... So if I was to times this by... Makes it darker. Right. Let's try and port this over to see if this, like, causes... Oh yeah. Let's see if this simplex noise is really dependent on the outputs of this being a certain way. Like so like a great thing about doing a couple of materials is then I'll have like begin to have a little library of all this stuff, meaning that like doing any more future material work will just get, you know, easier and easier because I won't have to worry about having, you know, I'll have a nice simplex noise function and a good fractal Brownian noise, sorry, fractal Brownian motion thing set up, you know. Right. So fract, what is that? It's a fract with, this is a float 32, isn't it? Yes. J, oh, I did I mess that one up? Okay. Then it's just this line here. So it's just a subtract. Right, so let's try that instead of my custom random 3 it was called. Right, let's reload that, see what happens. Well, that's not going to reload the shaders because... Oh, okay, that just crashed. My compiler has a bug where it doesn't support just in a point. You need to put a number in there. Okay, so this looks different. It's looking very dark. What do we, I just did 1 octave, didn't I? So let's put this back here. So it was rand, that one, yeah. No? Oh, okay, that's not going to reload because I've got to watch on the shaders file. Okay, so if I was to do that now, reload. Very different. So, right, is that rand functions? Okay. Seems like it wasn't loading it at the start. For some reason. Anyway. Okay. It was just a bit darker, but the problem still exists here. Hmm. So this is multiply d by, you know, this to the power of 4. That's what I do, right? Square it twice. And then d gets multiplied by that. Yeah, I don't know what else could be wrong with this code. Like maybe we should try sampling it across a 2D slice and see what happens. So if we were to say keep z, n.z equal 0.5, What do we get? Still painfully wrong. If I was to try... Yes, that would be the right one to look at. Oh no, then it wouldn't be normalized, will it? Doesn't have to be normalized. It's kind of like a position. So these normals will kind of be pointing down the Z. Moving X, Y. But yeah, they should be fine. Let's just try calling simplex noise just in case directly. Yeah, right, nothing much changed. Okay. Maybe we should try port another one. Because that... Let's see if there's another one we can port. Ooh, pretty. This one looks basically the same. It's taken from the same code. Hmm. I wonder what could be going wrong. It looks alright. Maybe it's this step here. I remember my smooth step was wrong in my shader compiler. But then I'm pretty sure I would have fixed them both at the same time. Let me just double check that. Oh no. I checked it last stream. It was in the SpearV code gen. There was smooth step. Yeah, so all they're doing is just copying. It just copies the operands in the order they were supplied in. Uses the extended instructions, and it gets the edge and then the value. Yeah, so that's not wrong. Yeah, this noise doesn't seem to be producing the right results for some reason. I must have got one of these lines wrong. Let's double check it again. Or if not, it's my input that's coming in. Yeah, let's try the input one more time. It's the quickest thing to do. Let's try the pixel coordinate. Oh, let's try it as UV. Let's try n.xy equal UV, and then we'll hardcode Z to that. And then we'll open up in the texture viewer. We could do with a little bit more scale, I think. So let's say n.x times equal 4. Do the same for the y. Okay. Still looks terrible, but let's take a look at the octahedral map. Yeah, it's still off. It's not, that's not smoothing it. Well, yeah, that bit's okay. There's just a clear cut there. Starts to emerge, it's not good. Yeah, so it's not the inputs, I don't think. It's definitely the noise function. Right, let's take a look one more time. Right, so you're adding, so the first thing that happens is the dot product with P and a vector version of F3. Then you add P to the result of that. It's a vector being added to a scalar, then you floor it. First thing that happens here would be probably, wait, it's the subtraction and the dot product basically. With G3 this time. Then you add the results of those two together. Seems alright. Then you got this step thing with 0. And the edge. Sorry, the edge is 0, the value is x minus x, y, z, x, okay? Now I'm wondering if we swap these edges and that around, does it... Because I wonder if my thing is busted. Get its hot reload. Right, that does not... I'm still seeing clear cuts of things, but I wonder... Yeah, we're seeing more. Yeah, it's just more of it now. Okay, it's not what we want. I want it to be smoother. Okay, so let's go back to the thing again, undo that. Yeah, so I wonder if any of these behave differently. They shouldn't do. Right, so we wanted to not use the swizzling syntax, so I pre-made this EZXY. Because I want this to be usable on CPU as well. So it's, the first thing would be the stuff in the brackets. So for the I1, that would be the subtract the EZXY from 1. And then scale E by that, the result of that. Seems right. First thing that happen here is the multiply. Sorry, stuff in the brackets. So again, a one take E, scale it by EZXY, then take that away from 1. Seems fine. So all this stuff seems absolutely okay. Let's carry on. So yeah, it's just a subtract first, xi1, and you add the g3. Yep. xi2. Then you've got this sort of 2 times g3 that happens on its own because it first, and then you add the result. Yep. What is this? Right, this looks problematic, does it? Yeah, so 3 times that should happen by itself. Yeah, this should be a sub, then an add. Yeah, I think this is where it is, where the problem is. I think that's it. So it's a subtract, which happens first, and then an add. Okay. Right, that's looking better. So we're getting the edges here, and that's just because I've used the UV, and things don't wrap properly. But if I use the normal, it'll be fine. Let's go back to using the normal. Right, there we go. Okay, simplex noise is now working. That's good. So this is what the simplex noise looks like with 1. So, okay, what's the way of saying it? Yeah, just calling it once, but if we do the fractal Brownian motion and call it multiple times basically and add the layers of noise, then it will look far different. But something to keep note of is this is -1 to 1. You'll notice the blacks it just goes to black really fast and doesn't have any sort of detail in, I think. So if we really, you would have just very small bits of black. So if we move it to 0 to 1 range, I think that's... Yeah, I think that is better. Although it is very white looking. Yeah, it's definitely very white looking. Right, it's because it's getting linear to sRGB'd, I think. If we remove that. There we go. So, yeah, it's okay. The value's fine. Hey, Ray March, how's it going? How you doing, sir? Happy weekend. Yeah, so the values are fine. It's just when I'm visualizing it, I'm turning to sRGB, so... Wait a minute. Does that mean I'm not okay. Oh, we are seeing some sort of... Oh no, that'll be fine. Yeah, something... Yeah, it feels a bit weird what's going on. I wonder. Well, so when we sample so calculate surface color, we get the... Yeah, I don't un-sRGB it, or what's the way of saying it? Yeah, don't turn it into linear. Is that right? What's it stored in as well again? What's the format? Shared internal? Internal shared? Yes, it's in like an 888. It's 8 bits per channel, but it's using a sampler, so it brings it up into a vector. And then I need to, right, do the... Right, I'm glad we called this. I wouldn't have called this if I wasn't monkeying around with this stuff. So we need to apply on the emissive at least, and the albedo. Probably just the yeah. So it'll be GPU linear or sRGB to linear. Yeah. And then the emissive needs it at the moment. I was thinking maybe of making emissive just a bigger texture and not having a separate one for emissive strength, but we'll see. Right, that crashed. Oh, these are the threes, that's why. If we get a shader compile error, the hot reload doesn't work. One bug to sort out. There we go, that's shown up a bit nicer. Cool, very nice. So now this is the simplex noise. Now let's test trying to layer the simplex noise on top of more simplex noise. So FBM, so this fractal Brownian motion. So let's up the number of octaves to 2. Oh, okay, whoops. Let's actually go and use FBM. In this sort of test one here. Making blue noise. Yeah, I'm just trying to get my 3D simplex noise working because I'm trying to improve the volcanic. I'm working on this, right? For those who are just joining. This sort of volcanic ground. And I'm trying to make these edges seem less sort of mathematical and be more natural, where they're probably a little bit wonky, you know, add a bit of waviness to them. So I'm trying to get a good noise together so we can yeah, get that going. But it's looking kind of cool. After we've sorted out these edges, we're going to work on maybe adding some texture to the ground and then sorting out my MIP level selection. It's very wrong. You'll see here how it's very pixelated here. Also aliasing going on because it's selecting the wrong MIP level towards the edge of the camera, which is a shame. Or maybe not the edge of the camera. Yeah, edges of camera and kind of more perpendicular normals. Yeah, to the camera. Yeah, so that's the stuff we're working on. Yeah, Bloom was good, didn't it? That's proper nice. Really makes it look awesome. Yeah, so I'm using that FVM thing now, which is good. So I up the number of octaves, so it's another layer of noise. There you go, that looks a bit better. And another layer of noise. Cool, so it just adds more and more finer detail, right? So they had 6 octaves on that book of shaders, and it adds, again, it's some more finer grain. So you can zoom right in here. It's nice and cloudy. Wow. There you go, got like a, kind of like an icy planet. Anyway. Right, so the idea is that we should be able to take this and you see, I wonder if we should make a more, so this should probably be like an FBM for simplex. And then we'll probably have some of these as parameters you pass in, perhaps. Like some kind of, yeah, anyways. So let's switch back to the other material. Now I just got to figure out how the, crap. Now I just got to figure out how do I, so yeah, I've sort of applied it there now, but it's using my janky way of doing it. So I've got to figure out how to do it properly. So if we disable it, we get what it was looking like before. There we go. So this is before we add any sort of noise. So the idea is I want to take, there's this distance to the edge of one of these. And I would like to say if it's less than the border thickness. So the border so if it's red, it means that the distance is less than border thickness. But then I got this plus border smoothness, which is another parameter here. These are going to be the programmable, the configurable parameters for this material. So you'll be able to use it to make tons of different materials, basically. And I think I want to call this one like the rock proto material, I think I'm calling it. So this will mean you can make tons of different rocks with this, and we're still going to add more detail to these sort of segments here. But yeah, so it should be lots of fun. This sphere looks like a gamer PC. It just needs a bit more G and B. Yeah. And then it'll be a gamer PC. And then it has to be like flash in. Yeah. Why is this shader file so ginormous, by the way? Because having all your shaders in a single file is awesome. You know, when I want to try and figure out where a piece of shader code is, it's just all in this file. I just search for what I want inside here. And since it's the code base that I've written, I know like exactly what to search for, basically. Yeah, I want it to be bigger, but I also want it to be bigger and have, you know, I want to have more features. Yeah, to make it grow. You know, have some like GI or something. You know, a nice big feature. But until then, it's only this big. But yeah. Yeah, the boy's going to bed right now, as you can tell. Poor boy. Right, so how are we going to sort of like take that noise and then change this edge? Do we just, why don't I just apply it on top? So it'll give you sort of it's -1 to 1. And yeah, what is this distance? What is it in? I'm kind of scaling it by 2. The other one was scaled by 6, wasn't it? Yeah. So if we up it to 6, monkey around with that. Right, we're getting quite a lot of like pixelation here. I think that's coming from maybe from the bloom. I need to tweak the bloom a bit, I think. But yeah, that is looking better. We're getting... we get some actual jaggies here, though. So I think those jaggies are coming from just simply the noise. Now, we're kind of taking away, based on the ABS of noise. Why don't we just apply a sort of more of a downscaled version of it? So if we say, why don't we add? So it was only taken away, wasn't I? It's not really looking very nice. Yeah, I wonder if we should just flat out take away from the distance, or we should... Is there any sort of jaggies here? I wonder where that's coming from. Can we change to the other view where we just debug the noise? Why are we seeing... They're really coming from the noise? Just disable... Right, the jaggies are kind of... Yeah, I think that's just the quality of the texture, maybe. It can't be. Maybe it's open up in the texture viewer. So, yeah, it's hard to tell exactly which one we're talking about. But... something looking like that, there's obviously quite a few of them. Right, there's this sort of like diamondy looking thing. I wonder if we can find it. Up here maybe? It has to be right on the edge of a damn texture. But yeah. To make it even harder to find. But I think that this is it. So we zoom up here. Well, if this was it, you'd see this sort of mark here, right? We do sort of see that there, very small little. But I wonder if there's another one that looks like it. I can't see it. Yeah, I can't see another one of these sorts of shapes, really. Okay. So, is this sort of pixelation coming from... You know, it looks really nice and smooth here. Maybe it's the MIP level that it's selecting. It's like an in-between. Maybe it's the wrong MIP level that we're selecting or something. We can always tweak that code. Down left. Try and look for another one of those kites looking ones. Here. That's another kite looking one, isn't it? Yeah, but it's not that four-sided. No, I can't see it. What's the texture density of the different areas? It's the octahedral map, isn't it? So it's in that sort of... There is a bit of distortion going on. Where it maps a kind of an... Would you call it an octant? You know, sort of an eighth of the sphere. You know what I mean? You can enable the... There, it maps it like that, you know. So these are all 1/8 of the sphere. Yeah, it's a lot of that. Yeah, I think it'd be less dense in the middle of the oct. I think the closer it is to an edge, the more dense it would be, maybe. Because there's less projection, like, there's less sort of bending going on, I would say. Yeah. But yeah, if we select the 0 MIP level, does it? And if so, it's my MIP code, and maybe we click into that. So that is in calculate surface color with all this lovely stuff. So DDX, DDY. So we hardcode DDX. DDY to 0. That did nothing. Change it to like 18, for instance. Yeah, so that clearly changed it. So yeah, this should be sampling MIP 0 here. And we're getting this sort of... Yeah, I wonder. Oh, maybe the banding could be coming from like emissive or something. Or like some other property. Meltiness and roughness is just hard coded to 1 and 0. So I do doubt this, but let's just try it out. Right. Yeah, so when we layer on the emissive, there's something about it. Let's make the strength 1. Well, not 1 everywhere. Yeah, so I reckon it's those emissive strength or so the emissive is just like is all red at the moment for some reason. And I've got this sort of emissive strength. So we'll go back up to that same area. It's looking kind of the same, to be honest. Okay, so we're getting that sort of... Yeah, so when we layer on that emissive, there's something about it. I think let's correct the emissive to the point where it's not just border color, right? It only really should get border color if... Like, so we lerp border color, inner color. Right, maybe it's something to do with just my material shading in general. Like, what am I doing with emissive? Okay, I'm just adding it on. That makes sense. But why is it causing... Oh no, it could be blue. It could be the bloom then. That is pretty neat. That was weird. Anyway. I don't know why it's going for all the MIPs there. That's a bit strange. But anyway, yeah, I think it's the bloom. So we can type in bloom here and disable that. What have I done? Yes, we turn off the bloom. It's a good place to start. Then if we set emissive to 0, maybe we can try and just color emissive in with the emissive strength. Or color the albedo with emissive strength. Yeah, that's definitely a lot more patchy. So we're probably using the wrong texture format here. So yeah, I think this banding is coming from the format of the emissive strength texture. Yeah, maybe I should just have a... I shouldn't have them in two separate textures because I'm just multiplying it after I sample it. Right. Let's investigate that a bit more. So where that's coming from is the material or emissive. Yeah, so I'm using 8U norm. Is that right? No, I'm not. Huh. 16 float, eh? So what am I outputting in the... So the emissive strength then, it seems to be banding. Whatever I'm generating here is not smooth enough, right? Smooth step to the border, and then it's right. So everything in between here is going to be smooth, but everything after is not smooth, right? So there's a border smoothness that I've asked to pass in, and I was doing this to try and get that, make that sort of right. I see. Yeah, maybe we would like to probably add some kind of border smoothness to it. So it doesn't just cut off right at the edge, but... No. That's probably not what's causing it. Might be like, let's have a play. Right, so it's kind of a bit pixelated here. See if we can fix that. Just think about adding some sort of border smoothness. It's not fixing it. Right, so move those hard-coded things here. So we added this sort of like and we turned off the bloom on it. So we turn back on the emissive here without the bloom. Yeah, that's really bad. And if we just set the emissive strength as the color. It is kind of fading though. It's just... There's glow brightness. Let's monkey around with the glow brightness a bit. That's just going to times by 0, isn't it? It's not going to work. So let's go back to that here and just put the albedo back to normal. Yeah, so it's to do with like scaling up. So as we scale up the brightness, well, it's not really, it just gets more prominent, I guess. So maybe we should make the emissive, since it does bleed over the edges, what happens if we made it a little bit shorter? Will that be too much? Right, so now we combine it. So let's get it back to normal. Yeah, so you... It's not what we want, but let's just see what it's like. So put it back to what it was. Right, it's still there. And if we disable the emissive, yeah, that just looks a lot better. It's just more smooth. Right, so I wonder what we can do. To kind of get it looking this smooth. So something to do with this emissive strength, the way it's being done. So the distance is a smooth step. So basically remap the distance to 0 to 1 between 0 and whatever this border thickness is. So 0.03. So anything after 0.03 is 1, anything below 0 is 0. And everything in between is 0 to 1. And then that'll look between... See, it doesn't have a problem for doing it for the colors. Hmm. Yeah, I wonder if you can just set this to albedo. And then... Right, maybe that was the problem. Okay. So the problem there was the whole texture was set to the border color for emissive. So when the emissive strength was sort of giving a... So the way that I think it's... Yeah, so we have the albedo like this. It was generating an emissive like this, whereas just the whole thing is that color, right? But it was only being controlled by this emissive strength multiplier, right? So what happened is the emissive strength was probably like partially off over the edge of the yeah, but between the border and the sort of the center of that rock looking thing or whatever, then it would basically yeah, it would just constantly be blending in that red, and then therefore it would look very pixelated. Okay. Alright, that makes a ton of sense. Right. So I was thinking we should probably combine the emissive strength, but I was trying to save memory, but okay. Right, so here we need to go back to the material, calculate material shading code, and delete this stuff now. I don't think we changed anything else. So we just turned off bloom, wasn't it? Alright, bloom is now back on. And what did we mess with now? Why isn't it popping off? Change the bloom brightness. Let's put it back up to 5. Sorry, the glow brightness as I called it. Alright, there we go. So the edges are looking a bit weird. I think that's just because the way we sample calculate the MIP level. So DDX. So we'll try that. Yeah, so the way I'm calculating the MIP level was a bit wrong. Yeah, I did this multiply by 0.5. I don't know if that's needed anymore. No, it's even worse. Okay, let's try that out. I'm keeping an eye on these edges when I change it. So it's still kind of showing up pixelated here on the edges though. When you sample MIP 0. So sample at MIP, whatever it calculates it at. And that is better. Alright, let's keep this one. Yeah, it's just worse. You don't even see the red parts back there. Interesting. Alright, let's go back to the material now and fix those problems. So the thing I wanted to fix was the edges with that noise. Alright. Nice. So I've got this sort of like noise here, this layer of noise, that I'm trying to apply to the edges to give them more of like an unnatural, more of a natural looking, it's making more natural looking rather than being sort of mathematical looking where it's just very clear cuts. So here I'm just doing the sort of the fractal Brownian motion of simplex noise 3D by taking the normal, using that as a position and timesing it by 6 to make it more high frequency. And it's a value between -1 and 1 that gets returned with multiple layers of noise being applied and get something like we saw earlier. Now, if I'm then simply just sort of I'm taking the absolute of that noise, so it's then 0 to 1. And then I'm timesing it. Yeah, maybe ABS is not the best. It might be better if you convert it manually. No, that's not better at all. Timesing it by 0.1 because 0 to 1 is far too big, and then just taking that away from the distance from the edge. And I'm getting this sort of look here. It's looking I don't know. Just wonder if I like it really. Want to probably toy around with it a bit more. But yeah, this versus this, ignoring the bloom, how it's obviously just a lot more. I guess it does look more natural looking. It's just maybe we toy around with some of the other parameters of the FBM. So I think frequency. Oh, we didn't even put that frequency code in there. Let's go back to that book of shaders. Right. Yeah, some of this is probably better. Right. Okay, let's adjust this code a bit. Let's test out the noise, right? So it's number of octaves, lacrinarity. So where's that go? So they put it as 2. So these are properties that you can change, and then these are initial values. Right, so maybe you can pass these 2 properties in. Yeah, maybe we can pass these in, and this could be our sort of FBM simplex 3D, something like that. So gain, they've done 0.5. Let's just test this one out. So right. Press to change the number of octaves iterate from 2, 4, 8, 10, see what happens. When you have more than 4 octaves, try changing the lacrinarity value. Right, so yes, it just adds more and more detail basically. And then, oh wow. Oh, okay. Interesting. Right, and gain is like a kind of scale, okay. Right. Nice. So frequency. And it was frequency multiply equaled lacrinarity, something like that. How do you pronounce this word? Lacrinarity. Meaning gap or lake. Specialized term in geometry referring to the measure of how patterns, especially fractals, fill space where pattern giving more or larger gaps generally have higher lacrinarity. Okay. Then multiply by gain. Okay. So point. Rightio, let's give this one a go. So we save this file, we'll get the noise pattern loaded in because what's going on here? Right, clearly one of the frequency needs to be initialized to 1, that's right. Because it's scaling the value, isn't it? There we go. Okay, So we play around with, for instance, the gain. If we made it 1.5. Right, interesting. So it gets more sort of grainy there. Cool. Switch to C file from C++ files to write C recently, and I've been having silly linker errors all over the place. Oh, isn't that meant to go the opposite way around? Like when you go from C to C++, you get more silly linker issues with like templates and stuff, right? What sort of linker errors are you getting them? Oh, right. Yeah, so in C++, inline makes stuff have static linkage. So in C, if you have a function inside a header file, which I basically always avoid, but I do have static inlines in my math stuff because I'm sharing it between CPU and GPU. You need to say static inline, and that will, yeah. So that'll fix your linker errors. Static inline. Mm-hmm. Is there a way you can repeat it in the Can you repeat it in this site here? And if you can, send it over and I'll look at it. Macros are the way. Right, so we've changed this value here. Hey there, Captain Chica. How you doing, sir? Wow, that looked nice. Looks like snow. Right, interesting. So these will be the values that we can change. I guess we can make them into a strut or something, because you probably want to have some defaults. But yeah, so let's plop it back to here. All right. So yeah, that is making it a little bit more natural looking, if you will. But like, so if I up this like laconarity, do we see any changes in the edges? Yeah, we do. Okay. Bit too much there in that case. Let's put that back to about 2, see what happens. Right, okay. So 4's probably sensible there. Let's change the gain. 4's probably a bit too much. So we put gain at 1. Well, gain just means I won't change anything at 1. Let's say 7.5. Fit T5. I see. Right, so I wonder then. Yeah, it's probably looking alright like that. On the edges there. A little bit unnatural. Sorry, more natural where it's uneven, but so the thing is though, should we be taken away? I guess is the question. So this noise, should you be reducing the distance? You've got the distance to the edge of the, so the distance to essentially the middle of this edge here, or the nearest one of them. And we're saying if that distance is less than the border thickness, then it's going to be made this color. But if it's less than the thickness and the smoothness, now it's not taking into account this smoothness as some sort of, I think this is the problem with this code here. This smoothness is in a sense just like a clear cutoff of where it's going to happen. It's not going to do anything smoothly, so maybe we need to say, do one of these smooth step things and say something like from border thickness to border thickness plus border smoothness. So then that'll get you a value from 0 to 1, where 1 is where 1 is when it goes past this value here on the right, and 0 when it goes past this value here on the left. So now this would mean we can apply some kind of like do we want to invert it the other way around? So you'll lose border thickness. So the closer it is, the further away it is away, you want it to probably be less. Yeah, apply less, so apply more the closer it is maybe. And then maybe you can probably multiply. So you probably call this the, let's just call it A for now. So we've got this noise, maybe times it by A. Better, I guess. Yeah, there is a bit of pixelation coming on here, but I think that's just the bloom. That's just coming from the bloom. It's just some properties in the bloom I need to fix. It's not a big deal for today. Okay, I think that maybe is better. Right. So I think we sorted the borders out now. So now the borders are configurable. They have this sort of smoothness about them. As well. So the wider the smoothness, the more stuff like that happens, I guess. Cool. Nice. Oh, you got a Godbot, amazing. Let's have a look. So this produces the I don't see any error. Link error in here. Speaking of C++, I'm writing some code for my renderer and decided to play with templates. Why not? I create a template vertex structure to store arbitrary amount of attributes, and now it does not work. This is yeah, this is why. That just sounds a bit crazy. But yeah, very easy to get carried away when you have C++. This is part of the reason why I don't use it. Because when I do, I get carried away. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's when you have multiple files. I don't know if you can actually recreate it in Godbolt, maybe. But yeah, it's when you have multiple files and you don't put static inline in C, it will create multiple sort of extern. Because it's extern by default, right? And you have multiple externs in it that you're linking together, right? So they need to be explicitly marked as static. That's why. And that's where the link errors are coming from. Yeah. It's probably not going to be reproducible in Godbolt unless you can do multiple files in Godbolt, but yeah. Don't know about linking them. Yeah, I guess if not, if you send over a screenshot. Oh, you're using a single file. Weird. Not sure I've ever seen that. Yeah, this is looking far better. I'm liking this. So this programmable, configurable parameters here. It's pretty sweet. So I think we can make this as like a rock procedural material. And you'll be able to add cracks, and the cracks can have brightness or no brightness. And so the next thing we want to do then is to add some kind of like texture to this ground, right? And for that, I reckon we can get away with, let's just try another FBM noise and just go, you know, let's just add the texture all over maybe? Like how are we going to do it though? So when you look at this sort of volcanic ground, I posted a picture on Discord. You know, we are seeing that there is, you know, the surface is getting a little bit red in some cases. I guess we could do something like that. You know, so the hotter it is probably going to make the rock kind of look that sort of red color as well. Maybe we could add another layer on top, and this could be known as the sort of, yeah, there could just be another layer on top of that's only applied to the rocks or the actual sort of surface, and then you color that with noise and apply that on. Yeah, something like that. And maybe, yeah, then that could be used for lots of things, I reckon, more than just this volcanic looking thing. Yeah, looking great in it. So just gotta figure out border color, inner color, and then, so that's the inner color. So we should monkey with the inner color a bit. So inner color, you just apply. We want to probably have another type of color, and let's just make it the border color for now. We can always change it. It's going to be programmable. So this be known as the sort of that sort of top layer color. I don't know what I want to call it. The or I could call it inner color too. It's not really a kind of a top layer, but yeah. Oh well. Top layer color, let's call it that for now. So effectively we want to do some kind of lerp where we lerp between the inner color and that sort of top layer color based on some noise. I don't know if this is going to be it, but let's just try it out. It might crash the program if it's not going to compile. Yeah, it's going to crash. Crust. What a name. I gotta put that in there. Yeah, but then you've got this sort of inner color and then crust maybe. Ooh. Anyway. Why don't that look as good? What's going on? What's going on? Right, that clearly messed up with some things. Right, let's make it 0 to 1. Step 1. Okay, so if effectively we're just seeing the noise pattern now shaded in red on top, right? And I guess you would then... So this is where you can probably make it a little bit more, like rocks are probably more grainier looking. So you need to have different parameters. So this sort of FBM here, we're going to need to probably have this all configurable. So if we just make a structure, just FBM, I don't know, let's just call it FBM. Keep it short and sweet. Get these guys, plop them in there. So be FBM F. Maybe do something like this. So I'll take that into the actual function. Just going to use it. Cool. So f.octaves f black canarity gain. That was it, wasn't it? Good, 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 good. So it's fine FBM now. Make the changes. So some of the state there. F. Then we have another one. So now we get to monkey around with these values here. Let's give that a save. I wonder if this is going to crash. It's fun to make him stack for now on the phosphor layer, but see, the linker has hurt me mentally. Yeah, it's supposed to be static in C. If it's in a header file, it has to be static explicitly. Like C++ does it automatically when you mark it as inline. Okay. If we add more game. Now, the problem is maybe it's a little bit too, I don't know. So, you know, a real sort of volcanic ground. Kind of has like yellow, and then this red is probably on top, shall we say. Let's add more game. Really too much. Yes. Boost up this to lacularity. Interesting. Let's bring it down a bit. Yeah, it's looking a bit too artificial there. Put it back to 2. Tries to 0 point. Oh yeah, so the gain is what gives it that. Yep. So if I brought the octaves down, we'll get less detail, basically. And the gain makes it scale out in such a way, and then the octaves adds the detail. Okay. Right. Okay, so I think that's okay. It's just mainly coloring that's the problem now. So what we probably want is a border color which is probably more fiery, like more yellow. So let's, what sort of yellow are we looking for? We could try and take this yellow exactly, right? Probably not a bad idea. Go into Creator. Yeah, exactly. Bit of yellow. Right. Now let's take one of these. Take probably that bit right there. Pipette. Oh, I missed it. Is that bit right there? Yoink. That one. Right. So that would be the, let's make that the border color. So FF for red, CB for green, And blue is 21. All right, let's give that a save. Right. So the problem here is it's not going from yellow to red for the border itself, you know? So I think what we want is probably 2 colors for both of these. So we want like you probably want, yeah, so for this border you want 2 colors. And then you also want, I remember implementing a realistic star rendering shader a few years back that calculated the color based on the temperature of the star. Wondered if the same idea could apply here. Yeah, potentially. Yeah, or you could do like a, you know, people do it like height, isn't it, for things as well, you know, and yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm not just trying to make a one for this sort of volcanic ground. I'm trying to make it to be somewhat general as well, so it could be used for other things, and tweak some parameters and get a bunch of different stuff. Because I think the thing that's been quite powerful is you should be able to create a few different textures, well, quite a few different materials from one shader. I think is the idea. But the more general you go, the less sort of, the more complicated it will get, and the less stuff the less sort of finer detail you'll be able to achieve. So there's some, yeah. So I think I want to make this work for sort of rocks, basically. This one, and it even goes and can do lava. So yeah, I think we get away with 2 colors for the border. So you have a sort of like a inner border, outer border color, and then for that sort of, and you probably add some kind of noise there as well, so it's not very smooth looking. And then for the outer part, you could probably add, sorry, for the sort of rocky middle, yeah, you probably want to add the sort of low and high bits of the crust, I would say then. Yeah, crust low and crust high. So crust, so this inner color is probably crust high, right? Okay. Then you can probably have the border just be crust low. Then you'll probably have like a border high, border low. Now border low will be the yellow. Border high will probably be more like the old red one it used to be. And so border color will have to be made. And we'll probably, I don't know if we could do it with a noise, but we probably want to say Let's just try over noise for now. Tweak it. That's looking better, but it's adding low parts to the middle of the areas which you don't want. What you probably want is to use the distance. Now, you've got to probably smooth step. So you're smooth stepping between. So you want low. Let's probably keep it low high order. So you're saying between 0 and border thickness, that'll get remapped between 0 and 1. And border thickness is 0.03 or something like this. Yeah. So that will make it such that we should only see reds towards the edge of the border, but I do not see anything going on. Yeah, we're seeing it kind of, I think. I totally get that you're going for a more generic artistic control shader here, but you look like you actually find shades. But you look like actually find shades interesting and the star thing interesting to read. Here it is. Yeah, that would be. I would be interested into looking at that. Thank you so much. Web archive, eh? So this is something that you'd researched into in the past and you found it. I know Web Archive. Yeah, this is a shame. It always makes me want to sort of like download parts of the internet onto my PC. I know people do it. I'm just too lazy. Cheeky bit of Snoise. What a function name. Good old Snoise. Oh ho ho. Right. That's cool. I'll look at this. Thank you. I'll take a little look at that. See, I think we're seeing that sort of redness here. The way we could tell, so low was the bright part, right, is the yellow. So let's see if that disappears, that redness. Yeah, it does. Okay, so we are seeing it. So this is where obviously we want it to be a little bit more in the favor of being red. So we could square it, I think, or square root it, whichever way round it goes. Or we could, so you only really keep border. Oh yeah, so here's the thing as well, it's slurping between the crust color and border color. Right, so I think we could add another parameter here to say like, hey, border low edge or something like this, or border edge. So there's a border thickness or whatever, but equally we could just half it and see how that looks. Right, so it started to do it a bit better, but you know, maybe doing a quarter. It's still not really. Good. I think a lot of it could be coming from this. And it's been heavily reduced with a minus, isn't it? Yeah, so I think part of the problem is when we, like a lot of this border is coming from this sort of code here. See if I can just disable it for a second. because it's sort of, yeah, so this is looking all right. In terms of it's applying okay. What? Yeah, so maybe we cannot really rely on. See, this is doing a subtract, and then it's doing a sort of a max, so it's really clamping out that stuff, and I've lost. Yeah, so maybe we could be just remove that for a second. And then maybe we could accept so you want this noise to apply more. It's not really doing much. Hmm. Yeah, so I think maybe we don't really want to. So this is all about bringing more area down, basically, when it's close to the border, based on some noise. So, but it's going to bring everything that's sort of like also in the ground. Like, I used to have a thing where I would say D0 is greater than border thickness. And then do this. But then you would get this sort of shape here. These outlines. So start bringing the whole thing down a bit. That's bringing the distance down. Maybe instead we can do it the other way. We have bigger borders. Yeah, I wonder, could we have bigger borders? And then you instead apply a bit of noise to bring some of the land back. See, this is monkeying with the distance value as well, which is maybe the wrong way to do it. So we could probably say the distance. Maybe what we should be computing is like a height instead, right? So distance to the edge of the border. And then maybe you can use that to produce some kind of height or something. The red of the crust is very consistent with the light level. It's like it's like its value. If you look at the ref image of the crust, it's almost black at the center of the islands of the crust. Right. Yeah, they are sort of. It depends, right? It really just depends on the heat of the one of these, right? And I think we can. Yeah, we can probably control that with another layer or something. Based on how hot it is, really, or whatever, you know. Yeah, maybe there will be some. Maybe you can call it heat. Yeah, maybe you would probably do heat, isn't it? Maybe. But yeah, potentially you can call it heat, but maybe it could be used for other things as well, maybe. Yeah. Okay, maybe we'll do something like that heat-based thing or something. It might make sense. Ah, is it sort of purpley? Yeah, I did try and get like a bluey black sort of. It's slight blue black. But yeah. It's like amethyst, isn't it? Is it oh no, maybe not. No, it's like atheist. Did you misspell atheist? You meant to say a sort of purple, isn't it? Yeah. This one. That sort of colour. But obviously a bit darker. Yeah. Mhm. Right, I'm just going to take a quick little break. And then, yeah, we'll come back and look at maybe a better way to control the height of, you know, color things probably based on like a height or something, or temperature. Just some other mean rather than a distance to the edge of this border, right? That's not what we're trying to color it based on, I think. So maybe the coloring is different, but the border is, yeah, then the border. I think, yeah, separate the two. Sounds ideal. Right. BRB. Right, welcome back everybody. So, we're trying to apply the color of these sort of... Right, that definitely looks... Oh yeah. I think sometimes it bugs out and doesn't do the full generation. I don't know what's going on. There we go, we're back. So, we want to try and color this differently, I think. So we kind of want to have like two colors. Yeah, I think we want to have... We've got this sort of border. We kind of want the border to have two colors, like a sort of a yellow and a red. And then we probably want to have like a redness and a sort of a probably like a blue black color as well, just to sort of show coolness, right? A cooler part of the rock or whatever. And so we could probably get a height based on... Yeah, so currently the color is done with this sort of distance to the edge, and we are sort of monkeying around with the distance from the edge here. You know, maybe we could... Let's just disable this for a second. And maybe we just color it. Let's just... Maybe it's because I'm changing this distance. It's just not looking great. Let's up the border thickness. And I was sort of coloring it based on the distance and border thickness. Very, I think it's because it's lerping into a lerp. I think that's why. Oh, it's going to be the same thing. Right. So let's change the sort of crust color. And let's make the crust based on probably a smooth... Let's make it smooth, and then I guess we'll just need to add some kind of noise to this sort of height, if you will, if we're calling it that. So this will be between border thickness and... There might be what's known as like a... Let's just say border thickness times 2. Crust... Isn't crust... Yeah, they're the same color, which kind of sucks. Maybe you don't need a third color. Maybe you need crust. Maybe you just need one crust color. Let's just keep these the same for now. All right. So that's looking okay. It's just now we've lost that sort of noisy detail on top, right? So I think we want to take that. A lot of cracks, visual depth cue is the messy lava bubbling and splashing, so more grainy noise for the yellow could be cool. Please tell me to shut up if you don't want to. No, that's all right. Yeah, so you're saying messy lava bubbling, splashing, so more grainy noise on the yellow could be cool, right? Yeah. Yeah, I need to put the noise back in, that's for sure. Like I did have it there for the edge, but I see what you're saying. It should also be there probably just... Yeah, when we're doing this sort of smooth step, I think we need to probably apply some level of noise here, just in general, to just the distance maybe. Like I wonder, like we just said D0 times equal noise. Probably have to do times 0.1 to make it very small. Small, I said. Ship it. Bit too much noise. Okay, so that was not what I was looking for. Looking better. It's kind of looking like something we want. Just maybe the noise pattern needs to change itself. And then I think we need some actual... It needs to go over the actual, like... on the surface as well. There's something about that surface that needs to change. Like... I need some other color. Like, I need 2 crust colors. That's what it is. That's alright. So... we want kind of like... What... Yeah. So we probably need a way to sort of add... Thing is, if I put that here... It's making things really pop there. What's that? That's the... It's the emissive. Hmm. Yeah, maybe we do only need 3 colors. In ref image, it also almost looks closer. Crust is light and far crust is dark. That's a coincidence, right? Yeah, I think that's just because it's all to do with heat, right? This is just a warmer. It could also be perspective, maybe. I think this just might be a warmer area. That much might be cooler. I doubt that it's because the camera's like that. Yeah. Yeah, so I think we might want to have maybe another layer of noise, a very low frequency noise, which just controls maybe the strength of some of this stuff as well. So maybe this could be like a temperature thing. You could call it maybe temperature at this point. And then, so the border thickness can be defined maybe. And then from then on, it's kind of temperature based. Well, I've just done a bunch of simplex noise. I don't know what, yeah. Just test a bunch of stuff until it works. We've got the scale parameter as well, so I should be able to scale it out. Oh, shoot. Yeah, so I can make it bigger looking as well. And there is it in the background with the MIP levels. That's interesting. It's done stuff like that. That's cool. So yeah, I reckon then... So you got this sort of like border color. You want those 2 border colors, and then you probably want 2 crust colors. So maybe we could make this be... Maybe it's on like a cool blue colors. And then we probably just want to take that and darken it. See, blue would be too cold though, wouldn't it? It's, you know... Yeah, so you definitely want it really dark. So I reckon if we take... Where's that sort of color palette so that you can monkey with it? There's the Adobe one, isn't there? Uh... Was this the one I even wanted? I don't think it was. Thing is, his color site, I remember, that's not that bad. That sounds very creepy. Whisper. Colors.co. Right, so I wanted to find like, where was, give me a color. So I wanted like a really dark blue. Subtly blue, basically, not, and also not this blue, it's really ugly blue, right? So I reckon we want that. Yeah, probably that one, and then like that one, basically. So whatever that is. Let's punch that in. So it's got to be inverse, right? Because it's in big endian or something like that. There you go. Nice. And the higher one, let's be a little bit lighter. Just a smidge of that. Right. So 22. 1C, 1. Alright. Now we try that out. What do we get? Is that going to crash? Or is it so subtle we can't see it? Let's just put F there and see what happens. Alright. It was so subtle we couldn't see it. So border thickness times 2. Yeah, I don't think that's going to help. So I think it's just the fact that I need to change this noise a little bit. So up that and that and that. Sorry, the color a little bit. That's what I meant to say. Let's try it again. Make it a little bit brighter. Right. Starting to see it now, but it's... yeah, maybe... Maybe it does need more noise. Thing is, the whole distance... We just applying... The whole distance is just getting noised up right now. So we're seeing reds here. So maybe it's to do with this though. It's like... I've just done a border thickness times 2. Oh, why did I do times 1? Cross color high. Let's change it the other way around, just double check. It could just be the emissive is, if I turn off the bloom, right, it's also a very unlit side. This is the lit side. Yeah, so we're seeing it's only really going up to there, isn't it? It's a border color times 2. Yeah, it's as if... Yeah, maybe we should just monkey around with the noises a bit, but... Yeah, maybe it does need more noise. So perhaps... And I've got a bit of a thing here where, you know, maybe we want to say, hey, this sort of like height, if you will, or maybe you could call it temperature. Let's just call it height for now. D0 times noise. And that's what we'll be using to define... But it's the same thing, right? Just renaming it. Now, the emissive strength is also... Right. Okay. So we could just keep the emissive strength as part of D0 instead. That might improve... Let's put emissive back. Alright, I made it crash. Oh, redefinition of height. Whoops. How did it overlay it as earlier? Oh yeah, how did I do that? Yeah, I added the noise, didn't I? Yeah, maybe the crust could... Okay, yeah, maybe the crust could get more noise on top of that. Or they could have different noises. No, so I think what happened is I... So the border color was just using the distance with maybe this modification here, which I've turned off for now. But then the crust color had its own noise, and then all I did is take away this and then only kept that sort of crust noise, and I used it for both of them, and I've just called it height now. And yeah, maybe we just need to monkey around with this a little bit. Alright. So we change the gain. That'll make it such that it goes lower and lower. Right, okay. So it's just more higher frequency. This will be lower frequency, basically. Alright. Cool. So the octaves will add more detail. I doubt we need to add any more detail than that. Yeah, changed it a bit. Now, So I've made it such that these won't really glow as much as these, because the emissive is based on the distance rather than this sort of noise here. Now, what was my laptop nearly dead? Alright, let's get a charger on it. Oh. If I had this, it's just going to make it more sort of like, what's the way of saying it? More spread, if you will. More finer. So we could apply maybe another layer of noise to just. Let's make this more apparent. Let's put a green in here, right? So green would be this one. Let's just make it really green and just see what's going on. Yeah, so okay. See, I wonder, I've got this sort of like scale thing. What is scale being used for? Is to produce that noise. Maybe all of these guys just need to be scaled by scale as well. I wonder if I need to take border thickness scale. Yeah, and that will infect that. Okay. Right, so this is looking better, I guess, in terms of like how much of that green is showing up. The green is just some other temporary, it's just temporary color for now. But this is just because there's a light showing up. There's a light here, coming down there maybe. Yes, the green's not really, you've got to be careful, there's an actual light shining on this side. What? Yeah, we are seeing in terms of stuff like here though, that green is not actually showing up. It really shows up on the bigger ones. Is this engine open source? Can I read the shader code? Want to read the... Yeah, so that one is... I can just tell you where it is, but if you want to support the channel, you get access to the code basically. It's by Ko-Fi or Twitch. Ko-Fi is just a nice one for me, but I can... You know, you don't have to support me. On Shader Toy... No, I think I just did IQ's Voronoi noise, but I took that. Yeah, I took it from his like shader, this one that he's got, and so here's his blog about it. So he produces like a proper distance to the edge, but I took it and just made it 3D, and it expands to 3D really easy. Basically, he's got an actual shader toy with it as well. That's all I've done. But yeah, the code is also accessible via Twitch or Ko-Fi basically, and you know, after you support the channel, you join the Discord and all that. And then it runs on Windows and Linux as well. Yeah, so maybe with this lighting it's a bit difficult to tell about the green. But yeah, okay, that was interesting. So put that back to something sensible. Yeah, it's got a bit of red in there. So let's get rid of that. Let's have that green. Hey Ransel, it's definitely been a while. How are you, sir? Right, I think we're able to get some kind of like blue there now. There you go. I can see it. It's obviously not going to be... I don't know if it's really going to stand out with the emissive... how emissive this is, but it's getting there. Yeah, we've been up to Ransel. It's definitely been time since you last came. Okay, I'm kind of happy with this, to be honest. We can change this. Let's just monkey about with some of the parameters and just see if, just go over all the code basically and see what we can make tweakable. And this is if we put a scale of 1 on, right? This is scale of 1. We can up the border thickness. So it's a border smoothness of 32, whatever that means. It's just a number. You know, 32, like, the idea is that all these parameters should be between 0 and 1, except for if there's something like a scale or a brightness, you know, stuff where it's like a measurement. When it's like a multiplier, obviously that can be above 1, but when it's like a measurement, just stick it between 0 and 1, and then, yeah, just pick a range, I think. So the problem is that 64. Right, didn't change anything, did it? Let's put it back to 1. Is this gonna break? Yeah, I think I broke it. Right. No, I haven't. Oh, we're not even using border smoothness anymore. Oh, yeah. Right. Goodbye that property then. No smoothness required. So all that goes there. Moist. Okay, so this sort of like border thickness. We've got this sort of lovely scale parameter. You choose how bright you want it to be. We should probably have something that helps change the noise, at least. So border thickness, this will scale from 0 to 1 basically. The thicker you make it, oh, doesn't that look good? We're really starting to see the, what was that, the lacunarity. If I bring that down, you'll see how that sort of flakiness, if you will, gets reduced. Ugh, not that little. Yes, the higher up this, the more flaky. I don't know what I want to call it. The flakiness parameter. But anyways, I don't know what you'll call it, but maybe we make this configurable, and maybe we'll see. Maybe the gain. I've been busy at school and practice. Yeah, you playing, you know, playing a lot of music as well. That's cool, man. No worries. No hard feelings. I'm joking. But yeah, awesome. I'm glad you've been having fun. How's school going? Are you near the end? Man, this is looking great. We should also play around with making tons of these and see how they just looked in general. But that's good. Rightio. So if we up the... Let's just nail these parameters. So if I up the scale now to 4 and I've got a border thickness of 50%, it's scaled with it, right? I made sure I scaled the border thickness along with the scale. And I don't know that's the right thing to do. Yeah, I think that was the wrong thing. So I bring this back to 1 now. Maybe. So I put the border thickness at 1. Okay. Then I've up that to 4 again. You know, it's kind of arbitrary. So where do I want... Like, so ideally the thicker it gets... So a thickness at 1 should maybe... What should that mean? Sometimes I by this sort of 0.4 here. Well, what sort of space is this in? So we're doing like a distance. It's in the normal. So this is the normal, which is the equivalent of a 3D point in the local space of a sphere, which has a radius of 1, half dims of 1, right? So when you say I've times border thickness by 0.4, right? So maybe that's just a bit dumb doing that. Yeah, so yeah, so that's with 1, and then I've put it at 0.5. Yes, that's like half of the thing or something like that. And I'll put that to scale of 4 again. I think that's all right. So we'll put it down to 0.1. Border thickness. All right, that's cool. Then over bring that down to scale of 1. Yeah. Now I put it to a scale of 10. Right, we're probably not going to use this one. This is very high frequency. Like, maybe we will. It really just depends, right? And there's stuff to monkey around with. Like you saw when it switched between the MIP level, the emissiveness changed. But we're not really... Yeah, this is all right. We're probably not going to be using that, but it's there just in case, This is not just for lava looking stuff. They might just put the brightness down to 1, is it? Yeah, what will that do? If you put it to 0, does it get rid of the border? No, it doesn't. Excellent. So you could just have some sort of pattern. Now, yeah, we do need to just it's that sort of noisiness we want to control. So yes, I think a lot of these parameters are fine actually. Can you hook some of these parameters via UI and tweak them real time? That's basically the idea, yeah. So this is going to be known as like a proto material, I think. Maybe there's going to be a better name. And the idea is you have this shader where, and these are the configurable parameters all here. And anyone who is using the engine or the editor or whatever will be able to select a proto material. So this one will be called like rocks or something like that. And then basically choose a bunch of parameters and generate a material that they like. And there's just going to be a trade-off between how general do you make the shader and how sort of like, yeah, the more general you make it, the the less sort of specific stuff you can do, but the more ground you could cover and the less shader code you have to write. So there's stuff like that. I'll probably make one for like wood, like bark, another one for probably like, I don't know, grass, maybe like gems, stuff like that. I was decided to take a very big bite out of this lava sphere. I don't know why. It looks tasty. You could probably use a shader to make dried up mud dirt in the desert that cracked. Yeah, exactly. Stuff like that as well. Yeah. So yeah, this noise needs to be controlled though, in some way maybe. But yeah. So it's going to be proper exciting. Have lots of, maybe I need a way to control like a seed, maybe, because so yeah, also when I change this sort of number here, is that just like changing the gain? Like why would I times it by 6? Because the whole point of FBM is that it's going to take my value, then times it by frequency, and then frequency gets multiplied by linearity, right? Times to gain. Right, I wonder if we didn't do this and made that 6, what happens? Is that going to be too much? Okay, far too much. Let's put it at 2. There's 8 octaves though, is probably why. Alright, back to 1 you go. Okay, it's definitely not as good. Let's change this, put up to 2. Alright, interesting. Yeah, I think we're getting in the realms of the same sort of what it was before I did that multiplier. I just want to make sure that we're not. Right. So we had to sort of like scale the normal, or it's the same as position in local space, right, by 6. And then I had this at like 0.5, sorry, 1.5, I think. Yes, that's the sort of difference there. Let me zoom in and see what we get on this texture area. Does it? Right, that's not looking as yeah, it's as if I'm missing some more of the high frequency stuff there. Adds more high frequency. So I wonder, can I get that by putting that 2.1 maybe? Yeah, I can get it. And then maybe up in the gain a bit. Thing is, there's so many octaves. Yeah, okay, so maybe. Okay, TJ. I see you like to see PP. Oh, sorry, what am I doing? Okay. Let's see how this looks compared to, it was 1 and then 1.5. Okay, Yeah. So it's all the stuff is completely achievable, but not having to multiply the original value that goes in, which is good. So in terms of like what we expose, right? As we could probably have noise, just directly expose all of the noise stuff in here, and then that could probably be pretty powerful. If we just expose all the noise stuff up here, you know, if you change the octaves, that'll just remove the detail, wouldn't it? Yeah. Yeah. So we expose all of this up here. So these will be just the parameters. So would you call this like a height noise? Height. This would be based on the distance, basically, right? To the edge of the... Wonder how it would look if you animate the lava distance noise with an offset based on time. Yeah, that stuff, like, yeah, we can do it now to take a look, but unfortunately I won't be doing that in the game because these are going to be serialized to textures, but we can just see how cool it looks. Or if it does look cool, it might look terrible, but we can see. We can see what we're missing out on, basically. Do you have an idea of the image you want beforehand, or are you just trying stuff to see what looks cool? So I knew what I wanted was like a lava. I wanted like a volcanic ground. That's what I wanted. Oh, this is going to crash. So I knew what that looked like in my mind, but then I sort of found this image here, and this was sort of that reference image. We're not really going for realism, though, but yeah. And then I've just tweaked it until it looked cool. Oh, this is before it's... I don't know why it does this sometimes, but there we go. Oh crap, what happened there? Two 2.1, 1.1, was that it? That'll do. Yeah, there's something with the MIP level as well. I think we should look into that if we've got time. Right, so those would be configurable, so that's sort of like height thing. We are now emitting some form of height, which is interesting. Maybe that could be used for parallax occlusion mapping as well, if we decided to do that in the future. Right. So there should be some degree of roughness, maybe. You know, it should... Roughness is just 1. You know, I don't know. You could probably base the roughness based on the how much the height varies based on the quad, you know, the 2x2 quad or something that you're shading. I don't know. You probably need a wider sample than that, so it's probably a bad idea. But yeah, let's just say roughness 1, hard code it. And yeah, so those are configurable here. Yeah, more octaves. Less gain, maybe. More gain. More lacunarity. Yeah, somewhere 1.05 in between. That's alright. Nice. Yeah, so that'd be... So with these, they would probably be... They won't be 0 to 1, unfortunately. That's okay. There'll be something else that I'll pick. Right, so we're going all right now. So we could add some sort of cell thing to this as well. We didn't really have it as part of this Voronoi noise. What does this return again? That returns some kind of vector, isn't it? I think. Yeah, so we could, as part of this Voronoi noise, we could calculate which cell it is and give that like an integer or something. And then you can basically add some other variation. But I think we get enough with just a layer of noise on top. But that was always a possibility. So that's just some distance. Probably name it distance rather than D0. So you want to try that time thing, right? So animate time with an offset based on time. Okay, so yeah, so we could probably take, I don't know how it would look scrolling across a dimension. But let's say you did n plus equals time seconds. I've got it in a global. That's floating point. See what happens. That's only doing the x though. Oh, it won't do it. I don't have it updating every... But yeah, we need like a seed though, isn't it? We probably need a way to seed. So the seed would be... So this is just noise. I know, what would we do with seed? We could say point equals... Now, I'm thinking like... We could just say add some noise. So rand... So you could unpack that seed as a... I don't know, I'm just making something up here. Multiply... Oh my days, Alex. Thank you so much for the gifted subs, man. I really appreciate it. Appreciate you, sir. Now they've got this hype train thing and I cannot see the chat anymore. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate it. How's the shader coming along? Did you have a chance to implement some of that today? But yeah, welcome everyone to the sub. Oh, whoops. I crashed the application. But yeah, for those of you who got a sub, make sure you thank Alex because you guys have access to the code now. If you join the Discord, you can link your Twitch account and, you know, there's a channel on there with a way to sort of, with instructions to tell you how to download the code from the GitLab, basically. So thank you, Alex. Appreciate you, sir. Yeah, maybe we could do like a rand based on the seed, I reckon. So if we just had this saying like 1, 2, and 3. Right, or 1, 2, 4 maybe. I don't know. Just make up something. And you're scaling whatever the seed is. Now, what's my round do again? Oh, yeah, I was using this geezer's round. Use my round. Can get rid of that. Right, so it's bitcast it, PCG hash, cast it back, divide. Yeah, so we did PCG hash. And then just return. Nice. Yeah, so if I put that PCG. So bitcast from whatever that seed is. You know, seed could just be a floating point. Value. Yeah, let's just make it a float. No, if it's a float, then you wouldn't be able to paste in an exact value in the UI. So that would be f.seed, something like that. Right, so give me a random value based on that seed. Scale 1, 2, 4 by that. So they're different. And then give me another round. Wait. No. No, give me another round. Cool. Right, then offset that point by that random. Good. So I think that's what I want. And then the seed would be height seed. And then voila, I think that would be it. You look at the sign of time. Offset just the yellows. And loop distance or something, then the lava would move, I don't know. But yeah. Oh, got a little moat. Nice. Yeah, it doesn't update every frame. I've just disabled it because it is a little bit expensive to run this shader every frame, and it makes my webcam lag. But yeah, maybe I can monkey around with it in a bit. Oh, that looks horrible. Yeah, that has added some level of yeah, so maybe that seed isn't good. Maybe we can't. Yes, the way I've decided to do that seed thing is just terrible. So another idea would be to say, give me a random based on unpacking this as a vector 4. Then you'll be dropping some of the bits out, but oh well. dot xyz. Maybe. Oh no, that's really bugged. What the crap has gone on here? What did I mess up? Where's this damn scratchiness come from? Is that just the... You know, maybe it's just the noise values I've got. Right, let's put this back because I think that's seed. Oh, maybe not. I lost the undo now. It works. Implemented most of its day. Awesome. Thank you for always helping me. I can definitely recommend the Discord. Awesome. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, it's fun to remember the. Yeah, it's always great trying to sort of, you know, do UI in interesting ways like that. It's cool. Which one of the methods did you go with in the end for the way you was going to solve the vertex? What was it? The vertex. Yeah, which one did you use? Did you use instance quads, or did you go with triangle strips with a primitive reset, or did you just do the triangle list, but with triangle lists, but without the index buffer? Did you do that one? I don't know what I did here. I'm so confused right now. I swear this used to look different, or what did I... Was I just zoomed in at the time? Oh, okay. My mistake. I'm undoing this file, but maybe I changed the shared. I changed that random 3 to my own random function. So yeah, this random 3 works better. In the that came with the... Okay. We're not touching that. Much better. Okay. Yes, this random 3 actually ends up working better than that PCG hash that I was using. Okay. So what will we do then? Should we add like a seed? Because the seed means they could take exactly what they've got. And I guess you could always, maybe you don't need the seed because you could just add like a little change to something and it will produce a completely different value. Yes, floating point. So maybe you don't really need the seed, to be honest. Okay, so I think this is getting good now. So maybe we can. Right. Anything else that stands out? I did change this D0 to distance. Just undid some code, unfortunately. Anything else that needs to be configurable? We've put out all these height things to be configurable. Crossed, low, high, colors. Yeah, cool. There's this sort of like, yeah, border thickness times 2. It's alright. Does the job. Yeah, alright. I think that's good. Amazing. Look at that. I should make that picture. Triangle list. That makes sense. Yeah, try something different. I do quad times 6 now, and we could draw for. Now skip through some magic formulas with the index. And now I skipped all of these magic formulas with the index. Oh, okay. So if I just if else the index with modulo, then decide for the right corner, right? Okay, that's cool. Yeah, but you could do it with the magic hex. Yeah, it's always fun. That's all right. No worries. Oh no! What have you done, Peri? But why Peri? Templates for vertices. Anyways. So let's figure out what texture we want to do next stream, but we're still going to carry on because we've still got some time left. I want to look at stuff like the MIP levels to make sure they're okay and how do you know, maybe we're going to scale these up across the X and just see what happens when we have many of them and how they look, right? So the ones that I want to probably do like a nice, probably like a bark texture, maybe, I don't know, like a bark wood, you know, I want to have like a wood creature and a lava creature, you know, maybe. So let's get a bit of bark. Bark sounds cool. So yeah, if we could figure out how to do that, maybe just get a bit of noise, stretch it, I don't know. Bit of bark. Maybe it's just like this shader, but you just stretch it. That would be fun. Maybe we don't even need another shader. Nah, you need. There's something about it. Maybe it does. Yeah. You got to make sure it's not stone looking though, more wood looking. But anywho. Yeah, so we're going to look into maybe making some kind of bark texture and then maybe some wood. Oh, I want kind of like a third one. Can we maybe do like... gems or something? I don't know. Maybe it's a bit too much. You'd have to kind of get some nice normals going. Maybe. Make some nice gems. But then, oh, there's all sorts of stuff. There's like refraction. Ooh, that would be a bit much. Or will it? But here's some ideas. If anyone's got some ideas for textures, please let me know. Yeah, Linkin Park. what I've done. I think you need to fix sync issues with the storage buffer first. After that, I will revisit your formulas and then move to the LSIF stuff. Cool. It's alright. Yeah. I learned that one because someone did it with a cube. They basically packed all the... If it was an... You know... They packed whether in local space, whether it was -1 or 1, into a bunch of bits and just shifted it out. It was pure genius. So yeah, just stole that one. So yeah. So for the meantime, let's, I guess, you know, take a look at the MIP levels. Like that one there, you know, when we did this, it looks more ready. So I want to see, like, you know, I've got a down sampler going on. Oh, right, you're really seeing that sort of blue in there, aren't you? So I guess it's that emissive is really... Oh, that's pretty funky. We should print that out and sell it, you know. Someone will buy that for like 5,000, right? But yeah, as we downsample it, it's like it could be like an album cover, you know. But yeah, I don't know, like, so if we go down, I guess a lot of the yellow colors come out eventually. Looking alright. What about the emissive is going to be the same though, isn't it? It's the exact same texture. Yeah. Yeah, I honestly think we should just make emissive and combine emissive strength. Yeah, the soil on that. Yeah, that might just be a tweak of the parameters. I would hope. Maybe we should try and see if we could do another texture, actual material with the exact same shader, just tweaking parameters maybe. Yeah, maybe that we should do... Yeah, maybe if we should see what we can do with this shader, and maybe we can call it like, you know, could we do wood with it if we tried? Could we do... We should try the soil first though. But yeah. So it's ended up being like a red. I guess it's okay. It's just the I think it's just the emissive isn't... Yeah, just averages, you know. I think, yeah, maybe it's alright. So let's go ahead and bring up the controls again, which allows us to heavily duplicate. Let's go to the graphics. Where's the ellipsoid count? Some of that. One of these is the one. Here we go. Here's the little temporary UI I've got. Plop that on. Damn it. I reload the shader and it will work. There you go. Does that for some reason. Cool, so let's plop this up. And duplicate. It's pretty bananas. So there's that sort of like volcanic wall, if you will. Now, it's kind of a lot going on there. That's why we've got such a thing called scale. But yeah. could do. Yeah, Gates of Hell. And then back there it looks like that. Is a bit different. It goes more orangey and orangey and orangey. Maybe we need to put... It's the way we're downsampling it, maybe. Yeah, it could be that the downsample function's wrong. But yeah. So I guess, you know... So you'd have to add, obviously have different textures of these, and you know, maybe when you build a map or whatever, there is a sort of like, you know, you could just rotate these spheres. Well, there will be like ellipsoids and things, right? And they will probably just be rotated and placed down differently, but also the textures could just be different ones as well. We have different variations of, you know. But yeah, that's okay. It's okay for now. Does the job. Right, what else? So I wanted to look at that downsample. So I've got a custom downsampler. It's using an AMD single pass downsample, which takes a 2x2, and so I want to just double check. So there's the occlusion one. You just declare a bunch of, you declare a name for it. Right, so it will be the sRGBs. And then this 16 float one. So you declare like a name for it, and then you declare like how to load from a particular MIP, and how to store a pixel back to a particular MIP, and then how do you reduce it. So this is done with like a mean average. So just, you know, adds them all up and divides by 4. And then it includes the sampler, which then code gens the whole shader for it. So, you know, it's doing the sRGB to linear after you load, and then it is doing the linear to sRGB when you store it back. Aren't these meant to be sRGB? Hang on a minute. I've got to wait. When we make these materials, what are we doing? So it's like albedo. They are marked as sRGB. So they should have been doing the sRGB conversion inside the shader automatically when sampled, because they're sample textures. So calculate surface color. Today I've gone and added this sort of conversion here, but are we double dipping into that? Crap. Yeah, so that's what could have been causing the problem the whole time, of why I'm not seeing the color then, maybe. Let's go back to the shader for a second. I've got to get it to reload. There we go. Yeah, something's off now. And also in the texture viewer, so that was a GPU shader. What is it doing again? It samples it, which means it'll be an sRGB. Okay, so yeah. So I was looking at it in the texture and I was like, this looks different, right? It's got this really green color on it. We weren't seeing it in the scene. So I did that because of the noise didn't seem right. And because it was being sRGB converted or something, but this seems right. Okay, so I guess we just got to monkey around with that noise again. That crust higher color, just bring that down a bit. It's a bit too greeny. So now if we were to move back, yeah, that's looking way better. In the distance, it's actually looking like yellow now, right? And if I was to up these, yeah, they do look a little bit red over there, but that's okay, I think. I don't know. See if I can zoom back a bit. Yes, they're actually looking more yellowy now. I guess let's monkey around with the shader. Yeah, they're looking alright even when we move. There's a little bit of stuff going on there, but they're a bit small. We're not going to have stuff that's that small. Right, so let's see if we can monkey around a bit with the... So it's a bit too yellow, right? So that's probably just to do with the border being a bit too big. There we go. Well, it is kind of orangey there, and that's what it would get like as it mixes with this sort of earthy color anyway. Yeah, you're gonna get that anyway. That's okay. It's not fixable. Right, I'm glad we sorted that sRGB problem out there, because I might have not called that for ages. Right. Very good. Cool. Okay. So Rick, I can commit that as it is. And we can monkey about with... Yeah, maybe we can play around with this now. I've got a little bit of time. Let's call this one... Submaterial, I guess. Alright. So we've got this sort of submaterial thing. So let's have a bit of play around and see if we can produce something like a desert rock thing. I missed how you preserve the yellow at a distance. Did you just disable mip mapping? No, what happened is I didn't really preserve it per se. In the end, I think I just tampered with. Well, yeah. So the problem is that I was I had two places in the code that were doing a linear, sorry, sRGB to linear, and that was causing problems basically with the colors. So I fixed that, and then I had to fix the color of my. Let me get this to run again. I had to fix the color of the surface because it was just too wrong, and yeah, then that sort of made this look better at a distance. But yeah, still, when you get further away though, it will go red because it does average out. It has to average out with the. But yeah, it does go more red gradually. You'll notice it when you up these more. There you go. But it's okay. Makes sense. So we're trying to monkey about with. See if we can get like a sandy looking rock maybe? See what we can do. So we're trying to look for maybe like a... Yeah, like maybe a desert soil maybe. Let's just literally search for desert soil. Let's give that a go. Something like this maybe. This sort of like cracked ground. Something like that. Or this one down here. Yeah, I wonder if we can get something looking like this maybe. So we drop out all the emissive stuff basically. You know, let's just put brightness down to 0. Now, we're looking for more sort of... Let's keep the border thickness the same. We'll leave the noise around for now. And it's all about mainly the colors from now. So no emissive now. And yeah, the noise is probably a bit too much. There's a lot of like... Ooh. What is going on there? So that is sort of... It's just the noise applying, isn't it? So smooth stepping, maybe we have to have some of this to be controllable. So the border high color is the red. Yes, it's mainly just colors then, I guess. You probably have a black, 3 shades of brown basically, or 4 shades of brown, isn't it? Probably just punch in like 4 different values. It's a bit dark, to be honest. Want a bit of light? Well, it is albedo. Why can't I just view the whole damn thing? Yeah, so maybe let's just take these, just throw them in. So that'll be the border low. So D8 ED FF. Wait, yeah, D8 ED FF. Yep. So the slightly higher one is B5, D5, F3. Then the crust low, I guess, could be something like this. Maybe we go jump a bit higher, maybe. Do these two. Right. 7-6, A2, D4. And the final one over here is 5F. BC, right. Cool, so let's save that. Look at those colors. Right, something's a bit fishy with the bottom one. Looking oddly bright. FF. You lying to me. ED. The rest are looking okay. Let's change that and see if it changes the ooh. What the crap? Let's grab one of these for a sec, plop it in there. See if it's something to do with the border itself. I wonder where this sort of white is coming from. We could just output the colors directly. So border low color. Yeah, that's just punched in wrong completely. I don't get it. Yeah, this is not the right hex code. It's too bright. Look at the numbers are too high. Is this just dark mode toying with me? For crying out loud. You bugger. Absolute bugger. It's the other way around. Right. Epic fail. Hey Voodoo, how's it going? Oh yeah, I'll show you something else. Look at this, mate. Oh. Yeah, we got some volcanic stuff, which is cool. I think the color's a bit too bright actually, but yeah, volcanic ground. This is the way. And yeah, so we're trying to see if we can take this and just change the input parameters to the shader and produce maybe like a sandy something. I don't know. Something in the desert. As you do. So I think we'll take this one. Let's punch these ones in now. 5, 8. Wait. 0, 1, 3, 1, 5, 8. Next one. You probably want this one. 18, 45, 6F. Okay, let's reload that. The other two colors are good. What do I mean by they're good? I think they're probably the wrong way around. Right. Kind of looks like it's something. Yeah, it's looking like kind of like a sandstone, maybe. Maybe we're kind of look at what sandstone looks. Yeah, maybe like a sandstone could be another one we do. But sandstone's got more sort of like patterns though, isn't it? Yeah, maybe not sandstone. But yeah. Maybe just like a cracked ground at the moment. I wonder what we could do to do like... If there's some way we can add a noise on top to make it such that we can get sort of stony. Because this is meant to be like a rock one, but then again, this is not meant to be realistic. So, you know, that could look alright, as that is right there. Just change the border around a bit maybe, right? You can monkey about with the noise a bit. Or we move the gain down and the lacronarity a bit. It does look a stylized cartoon. It does, doesn't it? You can add like a bit more of that lacronarity. Makes that... It looks good. I like it. Ship it. Looks a bit... Repeating it looks a bit weird. Yeah, we'll probably have tools for like repeating and stuff in our material editor. But, you know, I think it's just the lighting basically is how it's lit. Go that way, it's different. Ooh. So, yeah, it's just the light is all. Yeah, and then you can change obviously the scale and everything. So if we had this as actual controls, it would, you know, this is why I wanted that. See, okay, if we did scale 1.1, does that get us... Yeah, I wonder... Maybe we do need a noise, a seed at least, to at least move the normal around or something, like rotate the normal or something. Because if not, you're going to produce very similar things, potentially. They always have this sort of pattern to it. Yeah, like an eyes watching, yeah. Beep. Yeah, I wonder. So the Ronnie noise, we're scaling. We're just scaling it here. Say if I were to say, do we use N anywhere else? Obviously it's FBM. N.X and offset it by time. And let's minus it just so we see it change the Ronnie distance. Yeah. But I wonder if that eye pattern is sort of just there, you know. Let's bring it back to 1. Oh, anyway. So I wonder if the eye is still... No, but it's 3D noise, so it might not be there. Yeah, it's different. So we could just offset the X, maybe. We could just take a seed. So the seed will just change. Yeah, let's add a seed. And the job of the seed is to just so we've got to somehow like do something with the should we just bitcast it? Maybe. Let's try that out. Right, so we should just be able to monkey around with a seed now. And it should just change. So up that by 1. Didn't really change it much. I think that gets me around a value between 0 and 1. Yeah. Oh, was it a... Oh, okay. Rand. See, maybe not a rand. Or maybe I just times it by 1024. Because, you know. Right, so any small change. No. It's like these bits don't matter, basically. Alright, that bit matters, or those bits. But these ones here are not mattering. They're too small to care about. Bits to a float. That's an integer. Okay, let's add. Alright, that's better. Cool. There you go. That'll do. So yeah, we're kind of working out some sort of like random offset here. So maybe you just call this the... I don't know. That'll do. So I have some seed parameter where you can just put in a random value and change the pattern, the Voronoi pattern, but it's an integer, so you can always get the exact one back. Cool. Right. Anything else that's concerning about this? Yeah, so made a couple of good ones. So next stream we'll make a wooden one maybe, or think about something, I think like a wood. A bark. We'll try and make some bark basically. And yeah. Maybe another wood one as well, we'll see. Yeah, probably just bark. And then that'll be like three different materials at least. And then we can go and revisit the material system and see what things we want to change about it before we go ahead and build the editor itself. Yeah, like the textures and things, do we want to get rid of the emissive strength one and combine it into just emissive? Because emissive just seems to output albedo anyway. Then the other one was also making these parameters configurable kind of at runtime, but you can only change the material as a whole, not individual parts of a material. So that would be with scales and offsets basically. And maybe there's other ways we could make changes, but I want to minimize the amount of sampling that we do in the shader, because the more we sample, the slower it's going to be. So I think I want to only limit one material per ellipsoid, right? You could do like an approach where you have layered materials, but that's just a bit too much, I think. And you could do like a mask texture, and that mask can do all sorts of things at runtime. But yeah, you probably also want a way to sort of rotate the normal as well, maybe. I wonder if you could do squishing. Yeah. Anyways, we'll see. But until then, so that will be on Tuesday, about 3 hours ago, but on Tuesday and Thursday, and then Sunday is, 4.5 hours ago on Sunday is when we'll be streaming. There's a Discord in the meantime, guys, if you want to come and hang out and chat about programming of some kind. But until then, right, let's raid this Jai guy. We like a good Jai guy. But yeah, have a good start to your work week, everyone. Thank you for coming. Got some interesting stuff done today. Actually got some materials now, so I'm happy about that. But yeah, catch you later, guys. Have a good one. See you later.